I will first go through quickly updates, what I think about the Philippines job, or a job in the Philippines. Just had the third interview or second valuation. I'll talk about that, and then what's next. I put on the title Kipnuni Technique. I would like to start developing that. But first, update on the Philippines job. And this is about business, I guess. It can be many things. All right. So I had the value assessment, valuation assessment an hour ago. That lasted an hour. And no, they didn't ask anything about Excel. I think last night evening I spent like 45 minutes maybe going over some videos about Excel techniques, and there were many videos, like 10 most asked questions in the interview about Excel use. It was pretty interesting. I have never used Excel that much to get to know these techniques and remember them. But no, the interview was with three people. They all of them asked some questions in turn, and the questions were about my CV pretty much, and then they wanted to know like how I manage my time. Could I handle stressful situations, or and then they wanted to know my motives, like my background. I think the general thing was that I'm too or overqualified for this position. They said it themselves. And I think I gave pretty positive answers, that what they were looking for, but it's possible that they're not going to trust me. Do I trust myself? Not 100%, but I'm very certain, very certain. The problem is I can't show that because I don't have it on my CV that strongly that I have done the same thing. But yeah, overall, I lost right. Need to put this first. I don't know how the monitors. Of course. Technical stuff. Can't see anything. I have two virtual monitors. If I shut down the Quest or shut down the screen, one of the virtual monitors disappears. Forgot that I didn't have my tablet plugged in. Is the HDMI. This or it's not. Break the cable. Okay, there. So that's the thing. If I add another one, okay, they're there. I don't know how Windows manages this, but I can have one virtual monitor, one physical monitor, and then I had one virtual monitor that was kind of not there. I can't find it in settings before I add it here. Virtual desktop. So now if I close this, everything should work. Good. Okay. Back to it. So, was I able to convince them? I don't know. That will... Yeah. I'll probably hear about that next week. Hopefully on Monday. Do I get the last interview? But I was very honest with my answers. It might depend on the other applicants, how many of them are, and how good they are for this position. When I mentioned, I think the overqualification came up almost immediately, and then I quickly mentioned my background in software development. I wanted to mention that after explaining kind of some techniques and so on. I was answered that, or they responded, okay, I didn't understand. Too technical for me. But the vibe I got was, I asked, or I said that, okay, if there would be a lot of downtime, I don't like that. And they were like, no, there's a lot of work to do. That's not going to happen. And I think that's good. And then they mentioned that they are kind of looking, so, or that's how I understood it, that they are looking for improvements, developments with our system. And I think they could be looking someone like me. Of course, my task would be mainly, I think, to just answer emails, send emails. But the vibe I got was that there is more, that there can be more to this job. And I'm still very positive. Yesterday, after the stream, I thought more about, well, this whole thing, moving to the Philippines. Is it a good thing? What do I actually get out of it? And I concluded, well, okay, it's not concluded, it's still a process. Maybe I'll come up with something more I haven't thought of. One thing is racism, like just being an immigrant. I would love to experience that. Okay, no, I don't want to experience racism, but the experience of being an immigrant, stereotypes, I mentioned yesterday probably. There are a lot of these older men going there looking for a wife. Maybe I will be seen as one. What else was there? I don't know. But the more I think about this, the more I feel that yes, this is very good. But it's time to move on right now. planning what's next, and I don't mean in life or in a bigger way, just what should I do now? I click this twice. Just up. Just once. So what's next? Normally before, I would have focused on this fully. Like I can't think anything else. This opportunity, like moving to the other side of the earth, is huge. But I have other things to do, and that and a goal that is not just that. I have a bigger goal which remains the same: world peace. And this job opportunity, moving to the Philippines, I'm not thinking about just wanting to explore other countries or have interesting life experiences. A few years ago, I would have thought that way, but not anymore. In some way, I feel that before this would have been more exciting. I would have gotten more about this whole thing, but now it's maybe more boring. That okay, I'm over it. I'm over many experiences very quickly. That moving to another country is not a big thing. I think very similarly I thought about the EHEX Nordics experience. That whole thing contained many new things that previously I would have thought more, but I'm not that at that level anymore, where things like this, even if it sounds big change, it doesn't change that much. That I'm thinking from the bigger picture, and that doesn't change. This is still inside it. Whether I move to Germany or the Philippines, Taiwan, remain here in Finland, move to Helsinki, all of them are in the contained environment. But someone who doesn't know themselves, hasn't figured out this world as deeply, they would get more rush from this sort of opportunity, and me included in the past. The biggest question mark right now is this opportunity the best I can do? And I can't answer that, honestly. I cannot answer whether there could be something I could do more. Like, in theory, if I right now was able to flip something in my head, started developing constantly, learning, developing myself, creating solutions, starting or creating a startup. Yes, I could maybe advance faster. But this whole experience, the Philippines, I feel that gives so much. that if I it's easy to think in theory. In theory, I could get more out of work here if I continue to be unemployed. But that's just in theory. It's unclear if the focus on communication platforms is that if that's the right thing to do. Should I focus on understanding data structures, algorithms very well, use a year or two to create some sort of demos, when I could have developed my communication skills, thinking skills? What this opportunity maybe gives is experience from this sort of work, so I understand other people better. I can understand other cultures better. I get more time to widen my knowledge about the world. So maybe that will change what products I would make. The advice I got from EA GX Nordics mainly was to just read more, do more research. I'm doing this in the long run. 1 year, 2 years spent in the Philippines might not mean anything. Optimally, it's not optimal choice. Like starting my own business, if it worked, or even if it didn't, if I could spend all of my time for it, could give more, but also maybe not. Yeah. Because if I developed the way I do it now, maybe I won't self-develop them much. I'm stuck at this level of thinking, these communication skills. That's the problem, that I don't have pressure to develop my skills because they are kind of good enough, and I already can find myself in a role that fits me, fits my skills, and what I'm naturally good at. But anyways, right now I have focused on the job opportunity at the Philippines. I should move on because it might not happen. Maybe next week I get a message saying that, hey, we are uncertain. Sorry, we are uncertain about your fit to this role. You're overqualified, and we didn't get good enough answers. Like, no hard feelings. And then goodbye. I would continue searching jobs here in Finland, or hopefully abroad. That's something I might actually do. Just not even try to apply for positions here in Finland. Because if I compare normal IT desk job that I have applied, that would be in Helsinki, compare it with this Philippines opportunity, it's nothing. It wouldn't give me as much. I would still spend maybe the same amount of time doing it. Moving on. Kipnuni Technique. I put that as my title for this stream. Is that the final name? I don't know. But I have to call it something. my technique, which my so Kipnuni technique is the technique I'm developing myself, how I change my subconsciousness. And I have mentioned that to many people, and many are eager to get my written version out. My idea right now, this time, is I'm gonna wait for an answer regarding that Philippines opportunity. If I get an interview, great. If I don't, then I'll move on. I don't have bad options. That's the best thing. So my idea is I want to develop my website and do this technique. Or actually, no, I want to create this technique. Written version, I have Finnish one, but I'm gonna do English one and do it properly this time. I want to put it on my website, which means website development, and then I can share it directly to people. But I could also create my first LinkedIn post. And not just that, but I can make a video about it. I hope it would be maximum of 10 minutes. Okay, maximum of 30 minutes trying to explain it. And that could be my first YouTube video. Of course, it wouldn't be the one that I planned. Was it 9 months ago or yeah, close to 9 months. I thought about creating this. What are different ways to help in this world? That project I still want to do, but I want to do it combined or with another project, which is about this communication platform. Meaning I want to use the same features, designs that I would use for the communication platform. I want to make a website, a solution that shows a map of different ways to help, or different maps, different ways to browse, like local organizations, and then start to imagine how anyone could add their entry or a suggestion that, hey, you didn't mention this, because of course I don't know all of them. So I would create that, and then as I research different organizations, different campaigns and so on for helping, I would put that information to this website, this view. And then after that, I would make a video using the solution, and that there would be a link to that solution, so anyone could go there and give their feedback. Maybe they could find their next group, community they will join. But that's my idea about that. I'll actually take a break now. Then I want to think more ways or more choices that I have right now. Maybe this Kipnuni technique is not the one that I should focus on. Right. I just remembered two things about the benefits of moving to the Philippines. One is language, like integration, how and language and integration, how easily I'm able to learn the language and use it in real life, and how easily I'm able to get into the society. I think quite easily because I don't have a choice. I doubt there would be a Finnish community that I could just join and not use English or Filipino. So that's something I want to explore. Maybe some findings could be used here in Finland. Like, it's a big problem in many countries where immigrants don't mix with the natives. It's just too difficult, and I understand it from both sides. It is difficult to learn language, is it? And it's difficult for many people not used to speak English to have that conversation because it's demanding. Yeah, but so Kipnuni Technique is my current idea what to do next. Do you have other means? So that would also mean developing the website. What other choices? And then if I don't, or actually even if I go forward with this job process, I still might need to apply for 4 positions so that employment services here in Tampere are happy. But my idea is I would focus on this technique, and then I can start communicating. I don't want to, like, I got many contacts, new contacts from Stockholm. I haven't been active. I feel that I need to do this project first. Then I can become more active. And then I want to initialize the other project, which is the communication platform, become active with certain people interested in democracy, that do they find, or also other people. I might start to make respond this message quickly. I might make like some forum posts about this, then hopefully get feedback on what to read. So explain my situation, that hey, I don't have experience and these are just my ideas. What are your advices? Right. Because this technique is something that it's finished. I don't feel that I need to develop it further. Whereas the communication platform, it's just initial ideas, and that would require a lot of work. Ideas about finding a job. So if I don't land this, what is my idea? Oh yeah, and the Gamify Politics project. That's an option. Make that presentation. Go over the project again, maybe update the website a little bit or the demo, and then send some emails. Try to contact some people. Hey, do you find any potential in this solution? That shouldn't take too long, maybe a few days. So I should keep it in mind. Then the startup. Looking into this. Yeah, it's an option. Try to connect with startup people and see if there is any opportunity there to get involved with some project, or then just get some idea what I could do. I think my own business, that's not very likely yet. My thought about that has been I would first become a bit better at developing my websites, and then social media. I have never been active at. Want to become better at that and do communication exercises, so self-development around that area. That's also a development target I would make myself if this Philippines opportunity happened, that I'd focus on communication first. And that could mean taking pictures, more pictures, posting them on my stories on Instagram or Facebook. Try to become better at that, and then also communication, like writing what I have been doing. Try to show my life. And smart classes, those could help me take more photos and more content. The other options. Voluntary work, volunteering. I think moving to Helsinki I'll have to see how this Philippines job opportunity goes. If I don't get it, will I start applying for broad positions only? So the Helsinki step was supposed to be before I move abroad. Maybe now there could be possibilities to move abroad right away. But here in Tampere, I'm sure I could do some volunteering, get experience in logistics and operations. It's a possibility. Ooh, rescue. Alu Kodhi, €5. Vegan, €5. Wonder what that is. Some stuff. Cauliflower. Potatoes, cauliflower, Indian spices. Looks good. Fortunately, I shouldn't buy it. Enough food at home. So the options are Kipnuni Technique plus website development, these other projects, communication platform, and helping community map. My own business. Startup. Social media. Volunteering. Social media and communication development would be for positions like operations or, well, IT help desk. In these interviews, if I explained myself better, if I spoke better, I would have given a better image of myself. So that's definitely something that would help me land a job. Oh yeah, finishing my studies. That's a good one. So I haven't been thinking about that. There is of course the bachelor thesis. Be involved with EA stuff. That will happen anyways. I will do more research. I will try to be more active. biggest obstacle is to start to understand these words that they use, terms like metacognition. Read about this conversation, part of one group chat. Haven't written anything there myself, but I read about their discussion about how to increase metacognition in people who don't have that. And to explain what it means is ability to analyze your own thoughts, realize your strengths, weaknesses, kind of seeing yourself from other or third perspective. That's what I do all the time. But I just didn't know the term. Clearly, I don't know it well enough to explain it fully. But yes, that's an example. Maybe I could give my intake. So far, I haven't felt that I could do anything. I don't have my own thoughts. I have interest. I have some insight. I have some unique viewpoints I could give, but haven't taken part in any discussion. Another group I'm in is Safeguarding Democracy, which is mostly German guys, girls, who are concerned about the rise of far-right populist parties. And in that group was actually the EHE London was mentioned. I'm not gonna attend. I have 2 days left, but it's like a small chance that I would move to the Philippines, and I don't want to spend any money. It would cost, I think, 500 euros flights to the UK, then staying there, accommodation, food, everything. Twice concert is in London 2 days later than the EHE ends. I thought maybe I could do both, but I think I will skip the Twice concert as well. It just doesn't make sense now when I'm thinking about money, which could be the biggest problem in the Philippine opportunity. Maybe they would give it to me if I wanted, but they couldn't give enough money. Then unfortunately, I couldn't go. But also about that, I have been thinking that maybe it's not an issue if I don't get enough money, that because I'm not doing this for money. I have some savings. If I'm able to sell my PC 2,000 euros, I would buy a Mac Mini like 600. I would have more money. So it's possible that I would just accept the position without being able to fully cover every cost with that pay salary. I would have to pay something from my savings over the year and then see what's the situation. I haven't even tried to. That's something I should do. Can I change the payback there is this plan to pay back the loan, I could settle something else a bit less, but for longer time, which would mean more interest over the years. Not have the choice. Overall feeling right now, I'm not really motivated. And I must admit, some part of me doesn't like that I kind of dismiss the Philippines dream so quickly. But yeah, I think I'll just move on. Kipnuni Technique, that's quite clear, I would say. Let's do that. Hopefully I can find the Finnish version. Start with that. Right. Kipnuni Technique. Kip Technique. Come on. Definitely life work. World peace. Do I have a project for this? I will create a folder. And KT nodes. Yeah. To do. I will ignore for now the productivity, or should I? I have reasons here. Zoom. Not happening anymore. I uninstalled already. Open claw. Didn't save any information. Yeah, I don't think it was necessary. Private EHG Nordics. Ah, yeah, this was mine. Right. Week 16, I think now is 19. Yes, it is. So how would this work? Do 1 week at a time. Hmm. do it this way. Week 19. What is it? 5th. And start was 4. 9. No. Okay. It is Friday. Here. Here. Short ones. Right. Technique. This, no. How long? "45 minutes." I would first build this, then think about the website. I don't know how long that would take, but I think pretty much. Okay, that's good enough. Is this enough to eat? Short ones. Filipino language. Start with that. Then eat physical exercise. Food. There. Guess. There as well. To have 2 IRC. Don't know. Ah, now I remember. Wait. Of course, this was supposed to be the order of things. Right. Now I ruined it. That's fine. That is fine. And community is communication developments. This I will leave empty. I don't know what to do. Right. 45-minute timer. Do I have my timers? Topic timer. How does this work? Works that I create a clock. 45 minutes. Wait. Huh? Do you have it backwards? Oh no. Oh no. No, this is 4K. Where's the problem here? Primary monitor. Ah, it was this side. I don't know. I will. It was the. I don't remember the way to put it on top. Did I have power toys? No. Why do I forget how to do this? Ah, wait, no. Isn't supposed to change that. Ah, okay. Now it's correct. So timer is your problem. It's the whole monitor should be. Transform. How did I do this last time? Confused. What? Huh? What did it just do? Okay. Uh, is it left? I don't know what's happening now. Looking at this. Yeah. So it have like here. Why is it so large? Camera. So I think I put it here somewhere. For some reason, what is this? 8,000 position. Eight. What do you mean 8,000 pixels? 800? Ah, no, it's cropping. Okay. Start with just reset everything, and then one did. Where's the clock? This is the clock. So it should be not with this. Okay, that's better. Ah, wait, no. It's cropping. Hmm. Okay. $700, $600. How did I do this last time? Like what? Did I really put another monitor just for this? I don't like it. Although I'm spending my time here doing stuff that I shouldn't be doing, because if I start using the Mac Mini, of course that will change. Like that. $850. Have more. I don't know what's happening. It's so difficult. Then if I start it, is that a problem that I can't? No, it's sure it's fine. Right. Kipnuni Technique. Where do I have Finnish version? Send it to some people. Files. It. I think it was around February. Oh. It's December. I might have access to it on my PC. Let's see if I can access it. Because it's there, users. Yes, I can access my other profile from this. Where would I put it? Temporary, no. There. Changing feelings method. Copy it to life work. Okay. Changing feelings method. And actually, I will go through this very quickly. Did I add anything I shouldn't have? I don't think so. Can I show this? Okay, I don't remember writing all of this. But yeah, does it have anything? Go through it very soon. Okay, yes, it's good. I will be using LibreOffice. Yeah, I can just copy it. Then do this. So this is in Finnish. I'll be translating it. Although, could I just use AI? And use AI and then change it. I can try to do that. Just okay. Let's use AI. New chat. Translate. and AI Ultra. Just thinking. Creates better response. Did I bullet points? No. Yeah. Quicker this way. Nice. The formatting is quite good. So I don't know if I need to finish one, but attention. These instructions are not suitable for individuals who feel they need therapy to process their deepest emotions and traumas. And that's very true. That this is very intense. I have forgotten what it was a year ago. It's so easy to use. I don't avoid any topic, like anything I can think of, quite relaxed. I'm at a point where I don't just remove what do you mean? I don't just remove anxiousness, but I just change myself, how I think. This technique always yields results. If you do not reach the very end, that is simply the level you achieve this time. You will get further in future attempts. If you fail to make progress, you have created an excuse to intentionally sabotage the process. Do not lie to yourself. If you don't need to act, if you don't lie to yourself, you don't need to act tough when no one is watching. If any part remains unclear, there are thoughts at the end that may help. I didn't write this, like I first created a sketch and then I added things like this. This technique always yields results. Relaxation. Since the goal is not to bash your head against the wall or force anything, stay in a comfortable, relaxed position. I haven't explained this. What do I mean by this? What I mean is the change should feel easy, or the target, at least in all of my cases. Like if I think about doing something uncomfortable, my goal is to be able to do it very easily, like without needing to be conscious, needing to have a lot of energy. Just easiest thing ever. So start with relaxation. Every so often while processing your emotions, remember to relax again. I do this all the time. I forget that, oh yeah, I should relax also while trying to sleep. So it's good thing to remember to go back to relaxation. Difficult topics automatically activate muscles because anxiety is a protective instinct. That's one reason why some topics are demanding because you physically, if you're too physically tense, you give your mind a reason to quit because this activity is physically exhausting, so it must not be good. And habits might activate muscles that, hey, now this thing is difficult because it has been. Facing the mind. Face your mind and emotions, preferably without any distractions. Being alone with one's own mind is one of the hardest things for a human. I think I have read this somewhere. Some general ancient Rome, I think, said this. It can work with music, but it weakens the impact and efficiency. So if it's not working, try it without. But my advice is, hey, give it a try. Like this idea about doing this is you will face the first thing you will come across. There's nothing like, hey, I'm just going to look ahead what's there. No, the first thing that stops you stop there. So you can try it with music. If it works, great. If it doesn't, try without. When a wave of thoughts and emotions hits, the goal is not to process them individually, but simply to stand against them without letting them shake you. Face all thoughts and emotions as one big wave rather than separately. This makes it easier. If you cannot receive the wave, that's okay. Take a deep breath and try again when you can. So if someone has never stopped and properly thought or faced their emotions, thoughts, while being very conscious about doing it, this can be a big thing. Just having a lot of anxiety and no, I can't do anything. This is a big thing. I don't need the finished version. Just realized. And I gave this advice to someone that they faced the problem. I had never faced this, I feel, where I couldn't face myself. I have meditated before. My mind is by default empty. So just getting thoughts is good for me, but someone could get too much at once. So thinking as everything as one big wave rather than many helps. And maybe I think I have used this before. That's the first step. Like just be able to stand still and receive this big wave. That's the first step. When you know, second step. When you notice the waves are no longer as intense, choose one thing you want to develop. This could be a task you're avoiding or larger life question you have been sidestepping. So this is the big problem, or might be. But I'm going to go through this first, fully, boring, and then start to develop it. Yes, okay. I can mention it right now. So the first this technique, if it works for you once, it works. You can do it as many times as you want. If it doesn't work at all, then there might be something wrong with the technique, or it just doesn't work with everyone. Many of these steps individually should work with everyone. So it's not that it's everything or nothing. But maybe, yeah, this point everyone should be able to do. So I would add here or somewhere to choose simple, that if you are able to make it once, you are able to use the same technique to other more difficult ones. So don't choose bigger life question maybe first time, but this here it's an indicator for this, that this will lead to deepest emotions, traumas. At least the way I have done it. You can't escape it, because subconsciously your subconsciousness uses arguments. I can't do this because I'm avoiding like social situations in general. I have a trauma, and then it uses that as an argument that I can't do this. If you can't break that trauma or handle it, go over it, get over it, then I don't have a good suggestion to you. Like, that trauma is clearly what you need to tackle. That's why I have this. That my technique is very intense. Like, it will expose everything that you have tried to avoid. And maybe I want to say also that how is my life's experience been after discovering this a year ago? There has been ups and downs. Overall, it's very positive. Like, I'm living my best life, but also maybe I'm someone who is capable of this. That I have faced the nothingness, no meaning. I have able to create my own philosophy. But if someone is not, like, they reach the same nothingness, and they can't just, or they don't have time. So someone starts to develop themselves, and then suddenly they get fired. Like, they can't focus on anything. Right? So I don't want to take responsibility if something gets wrong. So if this doesn't work for someone, I'm someone who has had endless amount of free time to think, and I have developed it myself. So of course I can use it well. But this might be too demanding for someone. But yeah, choosing topic is very important. But the first one, processing the problem, the anxiety monster. Exciting. Can I expand this more? No, that's fine. This is the problem. This is the problem that causes anxiety just by thinking about it, making you want to avoid it. If you want to move from place to place outside, rain might be a negative thing for many. You have to think carefully about clothing and things you want to protect from the wet. But you have likely run the rain before, laughing and not caring about getting wet. This problem you have avoided for so long now feels somehow different. What? Previously avoided looking at it, but now you face it directly. Okay, I think I received one feedback about this. It's a bit unclear. It was clear because I had explained this before I send them this text. I need to make it more clear. So pretty much what I mean by this is you can make it fun. So the conscious state gives you an opportunity and a more safe place that you usually have. Just doing routines and avoiding something might seem demanding. That topic is very difficult to handle. just to think about it. But then when you actually have started, work is similar. Maybe you avoid some task, but then when you start to do it, suddenly it's fun. How can that be? I think I'm gonna use that example. But yeah, I use this here rain example, that just to change the viewpoint, how you look at something, change the experience. Little Devils. The 5th Harry Potter book, Thestrals are introduced. Creatures only those who have seen death can see. Anxiety is surrounded by similar entities that remain hidden until you accidentally bump into them or hear about them, which is happening now. After this, you cannot help but notice them. When you face anxiety, all sorts of thoughts enter your mind. Suddenly, I feel like eating something. I suddenly want to start that challenging project I have been thinking about. This probably won't even work. I suddenly feel so tired. This is exhausting. I feel like I have done enough for today. The worst thought of all is I suddenly felt the inspiration to face this thing I was avoiding, so I don't need to continue this process. Thanks, it worked. Just reading this, I can already be sure that it's very difficult for someone just by reading this to understand what I mean. These thoughts and feelings, especially the last one, are clever devils. They are trying to pull you away from facing the feeling and making a permanent, important change in your mind. Important, okay, it's a question mark. And the good news is that these devils are actually cowards. Once you see them, they give up surprisingly easy and run away. Yeah, this part is a lot of work. Explanation. In new emotional state, how many times have you tried to remove an anxious feeling just by focusing on it? Has it worked well? Brain is ultimately a collection of simple connections. If you only focus on the problem, you strengthen the problem. Because of this, you must create a new emotion or scenario for the problem. What are you trying to change the feeling into? For example, if the word email or the situation giving a speech causes anxiety, the new feeling is thinking about the word email brings a neutral or positive feeling, and I enjoy giving speeches. Thinking about this new emotional state is often the first time you have even considered it so directly. It is normal that you might need to get used to this new plan first. This needs retouch. So if you change something, you need to change, or like if you can think of the problem state, a village, and that there is a route there. Road. You can't just cut the road. That doesn't work. You need to create a new village, new set of connections, and then connect the road there. Through forests, through hills, doesn't matter, but you need to have that. You can't just cut it off, or most of the time. Yeah, you can't cut it. You can change the road to something else. Toward change. Now that you are relaxed, able to face the problem and have a better alternative, the process itself can begin. Create a direct message from the new change, such as I like sending emails or I like giving speeches. When you say this message, it should feel wrong and trigger the problem feeling that says, that's not true. This is the subconscious feeling you want to replace. Okay. If you don't feel a negative emotion when you say the message, it's because you only said it consciously without giving space for the feelings. Relax again and repeat it while being as aware as possible of what you said without straining. Sometimes, especially when tired, you may have to repeat the message more than 10 times to recognize the feeling. So get the anxious feeling that it just feels wrong. Like, consider actually doing thing. Like right now I will step up and start the speech. I will open my phone and start sending the emails. If you can do that, then maybe you don't have a problem. But can you do it without any anxiety? The moment you feel anxiety, that's it. That's the step. Processing the emotions. Once you have said the message and it triggers anxiety, the analysis and dialogue with the subconsciousness begins. Hey subconscious, why don't you like it when I think about this topic? Since none of us are crazy, hopefully, we won't get a clear verbal answer. It is the easiest to get a yes, no response from the subconscious. One argument subconscious always uses is, this topic makes me anxious because I'm used to it making me anxious. What is that? You're anxious because you're anxious? Yes, exactly. The brain is lazy and reinforces everything, be it good or bad, but especially the bad. Well, does it make any sense to be anxious just because you're used to it? No, that is not the reason. At this stage, you say the message again and try to bring the feeling up. Then pressure the subconscious to answer why you should listen to this argument. You might not notice the change immediately, but the subconscious cannot argue against this logic, and you may start to notice the amount of anxiety is just a tiny bit smaller. Yeah, this explanation needs to be better. How to measure the amount of anxiety and why is it important? The goal is not just to face the situation once, but to fix the problem permanently. When you say the message, listen to the subconscious response. Is it a no or a yes? Does it agree or not? Because the message is towards a new positive situation, you can bet the subconscious will say no. The goal is to change it so the answer becomes yes. Even if you get a no, it isn't 100% no. Might be 90% no and 10% yes. When you argue with the subconscious and corner it, yes percentage grows and the no decreases. The goal is to get the yes feeling to cross the 50% threshold. And like in election win, this small percentage shift can be felt as a physical sensation of inside in the brain. Whenever your thoughts drift into a tangent, drinking, I think, okay, yes. So this is, so I need to explain this better and actually change it a little bit. I have changed it myself. How to measure, so this part, so getting arguments, bad arguments, and using your own logic, doesn't need to be objective logic, but your logic, why you shouldn't listen to this voice. You start to change your subconscious feeling, that it starts to doubt itself, like, should it be anxious or not? When it starts to doubt, you're already winning. Then how to measure it? I'm using a percentage system, which I like. How I used the, or I thought about this quite a long time, maybe a month or 2 months ago. I changed it. That it's not that you have to you have to be able to create a percentage right away. That's not important. Just set it to 10%. You don't care about what it actually is, because the point is not that. You just care that it's there. There is some percentage, you know, even if you don't feel it, it doesn't matter. You know it's there. And when you say the thing that I like giving speeches, you know your subconsciousness disagrees, even though you don't feel it. Just set it to 10% and be done with it. And then, not be done with it. Then when you continue arguing, try to feel if it feels any better. Is it 10%? Because you have set it to 10%. Maybe it's 15%. Just try. So how I will change this is to be able to try asking yourself, could this be 15% already? Like, did you feel any change? And that is the real win. If you feel any change, 10% to 11%, you have won. You're able to use this technique, and that's it. Then it's just about continuing, not settling until it's actually 50%. And there I will continue this. What will happen at that point? Whenever your thoughts drift into a tangent, bring them back by saying the message again and analyzing the feeling. Imagine the subconscious as dumb matter. You aren't trying to win perfectly with logic. You are just trying to get it to answer yes. That is your only goal. This yes means that the next time you encounter the topic outside of this session, your mind will automatically use the feeling you have built. If you succeed in changing the feeling, you will use the new good feeling without having to exert any effort. The process can take several hours, and some arguments, reasons from the subconscious might lead you to another problem that you must change first before you can change the original one. The error, however, is stopping before you have reached the 50% point. How do you know for sure you have reached it? Because you have never experienced a similar state in your life and you doubt it. When you try to switch back from the new state to the old anxious state and you cannot do it, you have reached the new state. If you don't feel a big change but believe you have already achieved it, congratulations, you have found a new devil. Meaning you are wrong. You are wrong if you think you have reached it. You know it. You don't just think. I will change the wording, this part. That you can test it. You can test, can you feel any anxiety? Because what happens in my case is I forget. Once I reach the 50% mark and change the feeling, I actually forget how did I feel anxious about this. That how was it possible? Because it doesn't make sense. That's the point, that it doesn't have good arguments, so you can't recreate those arguments because they're not there. That's pretty much it. Actually, yeah, that's a very good point. I will quickly read a note here. You can't recreate the bad arguments. Okay, moving on. Questions you can ask the subconscious. Why are you causing this feeling? Where did this feeling come from? Help me understand and recall situations where I have felt it, often involving some kind of trauma, unfortunately. Is it a specific part of the activity, or can the task be broken into smaller pieces? If so, which specific part causes the anxiety? I want to expand the questions. I just wanted to give some questions. Toward dreams. Once you grasp the process of removing anxiety or shifting or motivation, you have to, and these questions are to get some arguments from the subconscious. You have a tool to change your, once you grasp the process of removing anxiety or shifting or motivation, you have a tool to change your life. Humans are extremely flexible. Often anxiety is caused by our inability to adapt to the real world. We would like to live in a world built by our own minds, but this isn't a fantasy world. Even though we no longer live in the savannah like 60,000 years ago, we can still find a happy life that fulfills our personal needs and desires. So in this concrete hell we live in the cities, and yeah. Additional thoughts that may help to wake. If the topic, and yes, towards dreams, I just wanted to add this here. And am I living my best life? So far, yes, I would say. I'm having new experiences. Will it change? I'm not sure, because I can't develop my philosophy anymore. There's nowhere to go. I'm still reaching new experiences. But am I speedrunning my life right now? I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 99% sure at least that I will always find happiness. But if someone else starts to use this technique there and it works, could it lead to something bad? I pretty much doubt it. I will talk about that later. Additional thoughts. If the topic causing anxiety is too vague, this process will not work. You must clarify the problem first. This can be done by thinking through concrete actions. If the question is, what do I want from life? It might lead to, I don't know, because I don't know who I am. It leads to deeper questions about reality. The world is full of answers to life's philosophy. There is no single right answer, so no option is to just so one option is to just start with something you already like doing. What matters is that you clarify things for yourself. The more specific the answer, the better. Too vague. But yes, that's one problem that I already mentioned. Especially the first one. You shouldn't pick too vague things. Just some anxiety, and that's it. I don't want to lead anyone to my philosophy. Although it's unbreakable, it can give you safety, rest, peace, but can be, maybe it's just in my case, I'm demanding too much myself. But yeah, I want to just write something there. Relax and feel. Many people imagine that control over life requires effort, but that isn't true. If you want to do something challenging, the wrong way is to try during the act. The better way is to do it as relaxed as possible and rather fail immediately than struggle and fail later. When you allow yourself to live in a more sensitive state, you notice anxious feelings more easily. You can then process these feelings using the method above after the failure. If you strain at everything, confuse your mind about what you can and cannot do, your true goal is to perform tasks relaxed, not through sheer force. That's very good advice. I want to improve this, of course. Meaning that the way I live is everything is easy. Like I have this already, or I have built this this feeling that my life is easy. And if something is even mildly difficult mentally, I would rather just fix it for good than brace myself. And yeah, this works. That's the best part, that it actually works. You can live your life even tackling the most depressing concepts, things in life. Can I break myself with this? If you're worried this process is unnatural, consider what is a natural change. Seeing advertisements that clue hidden messages in your head, traumas from childhood, this process simply means you are thinking for yourself and making the changes you want. Since all changes are your own doing, you can try to change them back. Good luck. You are moving toward an adaptation to reality that fits your deepest essence. So the more you develop yourself, get to understand, fix all the problems you want to get fixed, like anxiety, what you're left with is your deepest desires. That was the case with me. I discovered this technique before I discovered my philosophy. How I got there was I started to develop myself, and then I started to ask how deep I can go, and found the deepest I can go. And yeah, I think this will work with everyone. They're not going to ruin themselves. The only problem they might face is philosophy. If they're not ready to face their reality, then something bad might happen. But otherwise, this is manual work. Your brain, I don't want to change myself. It's not that it becomes easy. No, the brain will always resist. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I have just created this system where I want to develop further. I'm interested. I will go over this last things. I can't recognize subconscious answers. If you can't tell if the answer is yes or no, try to imagine a situation where you are performing the anxious act. If thinking about it produces no anxiety, do you even have a problem? Concreteness is a good way to bring the feeling back. Sometimes when you enter the feeling, it suddenly disappears. Starting work is hard, but once you start it, it's easy. Okay. Yeah, so the concrete, that's a very good point. I'm gonna keep that, but maybe this I want to replace that one part with this, the rain part. So one way to bring back yeah, how I would like to change this is, if you can't get the anxious feeling or the wrong feeling, then continue on. Like, you don't need this. The moment you you should be able to do that easily. Once you try to do it and you feel anxious, then notice it. What was the anxiousness? And then you can try this again. You shouldn't force anything. I can force because I'm very good at creating scenarios of any situation. Once I'm conscious, of course. Process is a puzzle. The initial feeling at the process is likely difficult, but once you get into it, it can become much easier. At that point, see if your mind can accept the process as a fun puzzle. A lot of things come down to attitude, and this is one of them. that's the same thing as this and the rain example, making that more straightforward, more clear. It's a good thing. Final words. These instructions are an incomplete writing based on one person's experiences. Because it deals with the mind and deep topics, it is impossible to explain everything understandably to everyone. If this guide did not work for you, but you would like it to, contact the creator, Arthur. That's the end. I will now switch to the next topic, which is Filipino for the next 15 minutes, and it seems like I am half an hour late. How can this be? Started. Is this 45 minutes? I don't know, let's switch. Or can I even do this? Yes. What? Works that way. So Filipino. Stream. Skills and knowledge. What is my plan for this? I think I have any notes? No, I don't have. Of course, I'm not going to continue this if I don't get the position, but in case I get it, starting it immediately. Plan. I have an app on my phone for learning new words. I don't want to use Gemini for this. I think I would rather try get it working Chinese first. Let's see what kind of materials there are. Maybe I can find Filipino podcast. No credit card needed. Really? Is this sponsored by something? Although there are paid plans, yes, it's free. Okay. Free for a certain period of time. Every new audio and video lesson is completely free access. 3 weeks before going into our lesson live. Okay, so when they create the videos, their first 3 weeks they're available for free, and then they're not. Okay. Just gonna. What is the easiest way? 3 years ago, 6 months into learning Tagalog, I found the free course Mango language app. Basic grammar, use another vocabulary. Filipino media.
Kamusta?
It was kamusta, not kumusta. Did I say, was it thank you? There isn't thank you. Please and thank you. I said
Salamat.
Salama. I said this after the session. Okay, I think I like this. How do I get back? Can I get back? I like this. Meeting someone. And actually... Right. Lingohat is your trusted ally. Filipino anime, okay. On this linguistic journey, the platform houses 125 well-curated lessons, each lasting just about 5 minutes and focusing solely on vocabulary and pronunciation. This approach makes it accessible for everyone, from students in universities to professionals in the burgeoning IT scene of the Philippines. Nice. The travelers who want to absorb as much local flavor as possible, lessons seamlessly weave into your daily life. So even voice recordings allowing you to tackle the nuances. That's very good. I'm really liking it. Language is more than just words. It's about connecting with people. Tagalog phrases you'll master in this Tagalog lesson serve as keys to unlocking meaningful social interactions. Whether you're trying to figure out someone's name or how they are, these essential Tagalog phrases will help you start conversations with confidence, curiosity, and kindness.
Kamusta?
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 So 18, they're all here. It's more convenient. Quizzes. Okay. Might work better on mobile, maybe. I might just try to learn this. Nothing crazy, just simple. Try to learn this. Using Anki, I might do that, but not now. Can't type. Kamusta? Good morning. Magandang umaga.
Magandang umaga.
Magandang umaga.
Magandang gabi.
Magandang gabi. Magandang. Quite a long word. Just mean. Beautiful, good, or fine. Actually, this is very long word right away. Spanish. Ingenious. Okay. No strange word. Ganda. Maganda. Gandang. Magandang. Adjective forming prefix used to indicate noun process certain quality of full of beauty. Okay. Okay, Malagans. Malagans. Conversation is almost always followed by the linker ng to connect time of day. Magandang umaga. Magandang gabi. Magandang hapon.
Magandang hapon.
Hapon. Magandang. Nice. What is your name? Ano ang iyong
Ano ang iyong pangalan?
pangalan? Ano ang iyong pangalan? Ano ang iyong pangalan? Ano? Your? Wait. Pangalan ko ay.
Ang pangalan ko ay.
Ang pangalan ko ay. Can I copy this?
Ano ang iyong
Ooh, that's bad.
Ano ang iyong pangalan?
Like to copy paste it right away. Pangalan name ang my iyong. Ano ang iyong pangalan? Can see it right there. Ano ang iyong. No. Ano ang iyong pangalan? Yes, answer me in Philippine. Ano ang iyong pangalan? What is your name? Ano? What is your name? The subject of sentence. Young. What your name? Ano ang iyong pangalan? Already forgot this. Kamusta? Magandang gabi. Magandang. Ano ang iyong pangalan? Ang pangalan ko ay. Ang pangalan. Wait, ang pangalan. That was the ko ay. Ang pangalan. To be. Complement. M is R. Name my R. Name my is. My name is. Ano ang iyong pangalan? Ang pangalan ko ay. Kip. Sorry, I did not hear you.
Paumanhin. Hindi kita narinig.
Paumanhin. Hindi kita naring. Hindi kita naring.
Paumanhin. Hindi kita narinig.
Paumanhin. Wonder if I need to say it that way. Paumanhin. Paumanhin.
Hindi kita narinig.
Paumanhin. Hindi kita naring. At least pronouncing this has been quite easy so far. Paumanhin. Hindi kita na rin.
Saan ka nakatira?
Saan ka nakatira? This sounds Arabic.
Saan ka nakatira?
Saan ka nakatira?
Taga saan ka?
Taga saan ka?
Taga saan ka?
Taga saan ka? Taga saan ka? Saan ka nakatira?
Saan ka nakatira?
Saan ka nakatira? Saan ka nakatira? Saan. Kamusta ka?
Kamusta ka?
Well, that's easy. It's good. Kamusta? Kamusta ka? This is quite similar what is taught in Chinese or Mandarin. Ni hao. And then for some reason foreigners are thought that ni hao ma is how are you, but apparently they never say that in China. So why teach that? Maybe to get comfortable, like that's a question that many would ask, hey, how do you say how are you? But that's not the culture there. Very similarly in Finland, just noticed I did not put this on. My bad, but very similar to Finland. We don't, well, we say how are you, but when we say it, we mean it. It's not small talk. So it's quite common that someone answers honestly, not just say, I'm fine, how are you? So I'm curious to know if this is actually what they, or is this very similar to English? I would guess that there are a lot of similarities and this actually means the same thing or is used the same way than in English. How are you? That's at least in Finnish. It's not in Chinese. It's not. And this Tagalog lessons meeting someone. I think I can just do this. Very good session. I liked it. Do you remember? No. What was that? Good. No. Yes. No, was it kamagang? Now I need to know. That's the best thing about learning this. Magandang gabi, magandang umaga, magandang hapon. Yeah, kamusta ka? That I can remember. The best thing about learning languages. What was that? Magandang umaga. And then using like Gemini here, I have used Google before, I think. And this is somewhat more convenient if Gemini wouldn't answer in Tagalog. Yeah, it's nice. So next session will be Kipnuni Technique. You are back. You are back once more. Life work, definitely get there, get going. Hopefully works. Same. Yes, good. Close this. 18 notes. So I went through the document. There are some things I would like to change, but I don't want to just write this PDF. That's not the goal. I think, or, okay, now I could fix it a little bit, then develop my website, put it there, start getting feedback. Or I can try to make it better with images, better structuring. Should I just write it first? Then it's available. Okay, I will start changing this text, but my plan is to create a whiteboard and then separate all these sections, phases, and try to imagine a better way to present this. Because if I made a video, just went through this, I don't think it would be a good idea. Because many people wouldn't understand, and it's not there isn't anything visual. I want visual things. Create presentation, at least. But for now, I can start changing this. Yes. Let's start. These instructions are not suitable for individuals. This is good. No need to change this technique. Always yields results if you do not reach the very end. That is simply the level you achieve this time. The very end of the technique, not the document. That is simply the level you achieve. I will then put this to Gemini and will give me suggestions, maybe. There's a better way to say this. You will get further in future attempts. If you fail to make progress, you have created an excuse to intentionally sabotage the process. Do not lie to yourself. You don't need to act tough when no one is watching. If any part remains unclear, there are thoughts at the end that may help. But if they don't, contact Kipnuni. That's sounds a bit wrong. Okay. I think that's good. Relaxation. Since the goal is not to bash your head against a wall or force anything. Since the goal. So how I would need to change this. Okay, I'll first read it. Every so often, while processing your emotions, remember to relax again. Okay? Difficult topics automatically activate muscles because anxiety is a protective instinct. If you are too physically tense, you give your mind a reason to quit because this activity is physically exhausting, so it must not be good. So use all the energy. Use all the energy to just writing it here. So from physical to mental, everything is uh, energy. Energy. How to start this? You have a problem. Should I make 0? The goal is not to bash your head against the wall or force anything. Stay in a comfortable, relaxed position. Every so often, while processing your emotions, remember to relax again. I could put this as this parentheses. But there's more. It's that it's so important to remember that the end goal is that you are able to think about this without feeling any anxiety. That's the end goal. It's not just about energy, because someone could read this wrong, understand it wrong. But do they need to understand it just to relax? Hey, relax fully. I could put too long didn't read. So just relax your body. That's the step. Relax your body and remember or keep relaxing. I don't think this is important at this stage, at least. In short. Mm. Oh, just in short. Remember to relax your body. Then start to narrow. Base your mind on emotions, preferably. Just want to make a side note here that when I continue learning languages, when I hopefully make communication training session today, I have difficulties pronouncing some words, and I'm fully aware that I create too much tension in my face. It's not naturally, and I'm used to do that. I'm used to tensing my face muscles. But if I think about the technique here, and what would be my goal? My goal would be to say and pronounce English words or any other language words as easy as possible without needing to tense. Of course, in time it should go away, but maybe not fast enough. Like preferably. I feel that it's not natural. It doesn't feel natural. But that's the goal. Preferably. preferably. So in this case, I would like to start first testing out if this works. What if I relax my facial muscles, preferably, and then hopefully in time be able to say all these words without any effort. So, face your mind and emotions, preferably without any distractions. Being alone with one's own mind is one of the hardest things for a human. It can work with music, but it weakens the impact and efficiency. So if it's not working, try it without. So this is about the music, relaxation. This is a side note. It's not about this. When a wave of thoughts and emotions hits, the goal is not to process them individually, simply to stand against them without letting them shake you. Face all thoughts and emotions as one big wave rather than separately. This makes it easier. If you cannot receive the wave, that's okay. Take a deep breath and try again when you can. When you notice the waves are no longer as intense, choose one thing you want to develop. This could be a task you're avoiding or a larger life question you have been sidestepping. This needs to change. And at this point, I want to mention, I created this document in Finnish in 1.5 or 2 hours. 5 pages of text. Of course, it's not perfectly done, organized. I would put this at the end. Also, relaxation. I think this could be a preparation. And then how does this work? Heading to point 1. Relaxation. Then point 2. White space. Move this there. And actually this should be the other way around. See if I can just do this. No. So first, quiet space. Not quiet. Maybe. No, wait. Not relaxed space. Words. Peaceful. Better. Be still. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Face all the emotions and thoughts as one, then start focusing on your problem. Just can see this. Can I see the side view? Side panel. Navigator. Is it there? Okay. Just want to see the headings. For dreams. Okay. I will, because I can't release this or share this without actually working. Oh. Wrong. Fix it later. The first thing is the goal. I shared this, or I made this document for one person who asked about it, who I had already explained all of the processes, but he wanted written text, written version. So I didn't need to explain the goal. No, 0 is not. Kipnuni Technique. So what is the main purpose of this? I used it to reprogram or remove anxiety. No, wait. Did I? Sort of. This technique can be used to remove any anxiety, but also reprogram the brain. The process is reprogramming, but I think reprogramming is the main thing. This technique can be used to reprogram the brain by changing subconscious level. Normally permanent change happens in weeks or months, but with this technique it can be made in just minutes to a few hours. One of the best. One of the best use cases for this is to remove any anxiety. Yeah. How to explain it? Change. Also actively using it to develop himself to better reach his goals, world peace. That might be good enough. Start talk. Then preparation. This. Wait, this is heading. Are all these headings too? No. That explains. Then explains it. Mind. Good, good, good. Good. Right. What's wrong with this? Preparation. Something is wrong. Okay. Facing the mind. Ah, yeah, this. Actually, I might do this instead. There, 1.1. Choose the change. So here, I would put this. So this away. First, choose topic. Like, do you want to do this? Then peaceful space, and then relax. Then face the mind. I think that's good. Okay, yeah, this is good. This is good. Now I see the problem. What prepare? Add to what? List character. Create dictionary. Right. Choose the change. So choose what you want to change. The topic. The problem. Or just the change? Problem. You want to change in your mind. Choose what to change. In your mind. No, there. First change should be as simple and easy as possible. If you cannot use the tech for a simple won't work. Probably work. Work with. Right. Dismiss. A little over time, that's fine. What is my pum. Schedule saying food? Nice. I'm not gonna put timer for this. I will just leave this there and break. Right. Let's start. Let's start the next one. It was exactly 15-minute break. Between eating, I just realized, wait, why am I sitting? Because I will be sitting so much. So rather I was doing some stretches. Good for the body. I realized something about this technique. What was it? Sure, I would come up with it again. Okay, first change should be as simple as and easy as possible. So don't start with what I started with, which was I love to work. I like to work. When thinking about the term work, raised some sort of anxiety. I wanted to change that. Don't know why I started there. Well, maybe because I didn't have much anxiety. Probably that's why. So I could also write something down. Add a list. So add a list of changes I've done, not to this document, not to the actual technique, but somewhere. Hey, as an example, what I have done. First change should be as simple and easy as possible. If you cannot use the technique, simple change, it won't probably work. It probably won't work. Work order. Anything more complex. So I have the examples here. Yeah, email and giving a speech. I changed that at some point. Wait, did I use this technique before a year ago? I went over my feelings around emails. I think that was 1.5 years ago. Okay, this technique, I guess I found some pieces a year ago that kind of finalized this. They were about the avoidance. So it's a collection of different things. I haven't created anything new per se, but maybe the way I use it and to keep going far enough. That's the specialty of this. You're able to use this technique once, you can use it you're able to. Make it much shorter. Remove any anxiety. Okay. I can come back to this. And this will be ongoing project to keep improving it or to find out if other people can use it. No one in my knowledge has used it. I have shared this to 5 people, 6, 7 maybe, and I haven't heard of anyone using it. But of course, that was Finnish version. That wasn't as good as this will be. The idea is to share this once it's finished to few people maybe, and then possibly get feedback. Whenever they face a problem that they don't understand, hey, what's going on? I don't understand this. That's a good feedback. The end result. Okay, no. The first people, if they're interested, I would love to, and they read this through, and they are not able to use it. They don't understand something. Let's make a video call. Let's discuss this. I would be very happy to do that. To get anyone, just one person being able to use this, that would be like the best thing. Then I would have someone who can tell, okay, how did they understood it? How are they doing it? Of course, it took me some time until I had done many. developments because it is very demanding. But first, try to get someone to use this, and then see if they how much it benefits them, if they see any potential that, hey, this is important, or should it be just archived into my website and it shouldn't continue pushing this forward. But if they see, hey, there's it works very well, and they haven't heard about this, or probably they haven't heard about this technique anywhere else, then the next step would be to continue developing this text or presentation style manual to a point where I will find people who are interested, but I don't tell anything about this. Just, hey, do you have any anxiety? Do you want to get rid of it? Here. And then I would get feedback. Each step they don't understand, I would try to fix it through text and not explain it, because that's not the goal. But at that point, I would have people who have used or have used it at least once, or are using it, to help me give their feedback that, hey, how could this section be improved so more people understood it. But yeah, this is very interesting. So the change, peaceful space, relaxation, preparation, Kipnuni Technique. Good. In your mind. So choose what to change in your mind. Okay, no, it's good. I thought it would mean don't say it out loud, but it's fine. And the next thing, facing the mind. Face all the emotions and thoughts as one, then start focusing on your problem. When a wave of thoughts and emotions hits, the goal is not to process them individually, but simply to stand against them without letting them shake you. Face all thoughts and emotions as one big wave rather than separately. This makes it easier. If you cannot receive the wave, that's okay. Deep breath and try again when you can. When you notice the waves are no longer as intense, choose one thing you want to develop. That's okay. Oh. I thought somewhere there was the Finnish version. No. Second part, most difficult one. But then after getting over this, the person should be in quite conscious mindset already. And yeah, like studying. If you have problems with motivation, once you actually start, probably goes away. Then starts the process. Phase 3. Processing the problem. Anxiety monster. This is the problem that causes anxiety just by thinking about it. So, anxiety monster. I'm talking here about reprogramming the brain. Well, I say the best use case is removing anxiety. I think that's where people start with. That's the easiest. It's the problem that causes anxiety just by thinking about it. This is the problem that causes anxiety just by thinking about it, making you want to avoid it. If you want to move from place to place outside, oh, this needs so much. Rain might be a negative thing for many. You have to think carefully. What did I mean by this? No, I have to. Okay. So this is the problem that you are trying to get away from. So just here is the new emotional state. Should I put this to here? Maybe yes. Like these devils, they have nothing to do with the process itself. New emotional state towards change, processing the emotions, measuring them. Did I have measure? Maybe I didn't want to make too many. Yeah, for some reason. I should have structured this better. But that's, yeah, the main process is preparation. Okay. Three, 2.2. And here, 1. Not sure about this. Wave. No, that's correct. Tiny monster. The main point here is that many people, they avoid their anxieties. They haven't even faced the monster before. And I don't know if people are using this technique in the future, how they would experience it. Is it the first time? Have they done it before? Like facing directly that, hey, this is the thing I have been avoiding before. This be short. Problem that causes anxiety. Face the monster. The problem causes anxiety just by thinking about it, making you want to avoid it. If you want to move from, okay, separate this. What was my aim here was that I wanted to ease facing the monster, to allow the reader to relax and say, this is fine, like facing the monster shouldn't feel like a problem, because maybe they need to be told that. Because it's also if they haven't faced their feelings, their problems before properly, just by doing that will cause them anxiety. I think, yeah, this is good thing to keep here. Just change it. So this part puts words directly, thoughts directly into the reader's mind. I don't know if this style is good. Making you want. I like the monster part. Trying to make the anxiety have a shape. Something visual maybe. It's easier to handle. Pretty sure this is common technique used in therapy. Materialize. Mm. I don't like the first sentence. The anxiety monster is the problem that causes anxiety just by thinking about it, making you want to avoid it. think what I will do, we'll keep both of these. They're fine. Just change this. I will listen to the feedback this time and just remove it. It's not good enough. Experienced. Will work. Most people have experienced, I don't know, just assuming, most people have experienced that they avoided work or schoolwork because it caused some form of anxiety or it felt difficult. But then themselves get on. But when they most people have experienced that they avoided work or schoolwork because it caused some form of anxiety or it felt difficult. When they actually managed to start doing it, the feeling was surprisingly pleasant and even fun. I will change this. Same can apply to You might be used to think facing them should feel difficult. Okay. I think that's better. Most people, okay. I can come back to this. Little devils. If the person hasn't read Harry Potter book or seen the movies, these might not be that good examples, but I will keep this. In the 5th Harry Potter book, Thestrals are introduced, creatures only those who have seen death can see. Anxiety is surrounded by similar entities that remain hidden until you accidentally bump into them or hear about them, which is happening now. And I specifically say anxiety is surrounded, but this will apply to any change. Like the brain wants to fight against any change. But I think I will keep this because if someone is able to do this once, the technique itself, which is the 3rd part, they are able to figure out that, okay, the little devils are along any change. So that remain hidden until you accidentally bump into them or hear about them, which is happening now. Which is happening now. After this, you cannot help but notice them. When you face anxiety, all sorts of thoughts enter your mind. These are the devils. These are the devils. Suddenly, I feel like eating something. I suddenly want to start that challenging project I have been thinking about. This probably won't even work. I suddenly feel so tired. This is exhausting. I feel like I've done enough for today. The worst thought devil of all. I suddenly felt the inspiration to face this thing I was avoiding, so I don't need to continue this process. Thanks, it worked. These thoughts and feelings, especially the last one, are clever devils. They are trying to pull you away from facing the feeling and making a permanent, important change. These are right important. So it's somewhere here. Yeah, that's important. important change in your mind. The good news is that these devils are actually cowards. Once you see them, they give up surprisingly easy and run away. I want to extend this a little bit. For now, I don't like I'm using suddenly 3 times. Remove that there. Okay, I can keep that. I can remove that. So if and when people get baited by the devils, my advice is somewhere here, I guess. Additional thoughts that may help. No, wait, the advice was here. Beginning. If you fail to make progress, you have created an excuse to intentionally sabotage the process. Do not lie to yourself. So, no, if you do not reach the very end of the technique, that is simply the level you achieved this time. You will get further in future attempts. Okay, so I put it there. I think this is especially the last one. I can actually bold this. Or bold this instead. I'm pretty sure it's product development. Yes. And this will be probably quite boring because I doubt I will be talking a lot. Product development. Oh, to. Where did I left off with Iraq development? It was the nothingness. That has worked. I think I started to do that on Monday, but it hasn't changed. So whenever I just think nothing, I feel good. If I didn't before. That's always the answer. And that's very logical. Okay, Iraq. Iraq is not about that or anything specifically, that I'm just using it. I think I face problem with motivation, that getting my life forward without using Iraq at all. So at the subconscious level, it's not clear why I would use it. If I would use energy right now, I do understand its benefits, like they're huge. I do have this strong feeling that I shouldn't be focusing on this right now just because I have so much going on in my life. But the main benefit of using IROC is that it helps me manage a complex life and all the developments. It makes it easier. I think a good plan for this and future sessions that I will do is not to start building it gradually, but just start using it for something. And what comes to mind is thinking ahead. I just said previously, or earlier, I said wrong. I said something it, but I should have said them. That was because I wasn't thinking ahead, but I could try to tackle this problem or start to think about how to develop it. If I move to the Philippines, I want to develop myself. That's the point doing that sort of work, or partly. Can I develop myself? Next topic is, or short session is communication. But now focusing on IRAC, trying to build this thought process there. So my goal is to figure out how to think ahead before I say anything. My consciousness has risen. So of course now I'm able to do that. How to transfer that? Speak slower. That works. Is that the key? getting a little bit tired. It's very good. I feel great that I'm again being somewhat productive. It's been some time. I'm gonna stop it right now. Kipnuni Technique. Right. How many do I have left? Next is food. So 3 left. Oh my. Excitement. Little devils. So I wanted to add here section that says it's okay to get baited. Will happen. How to fix it. It's important is the attitude outside of this technique. how much I can assure this will work. This is true. It's not difficult. This doesn't require much toward change. This is not difficult. Processing the emotions, this is the difficult. So how are others able to analyze their minds? Of course, there are helpers here, but just thinking, how much do I trust this process? It will work with others. Although this is normal, like this is normal advice. It's not, many people have said it, that this is quite similar. Just handling the emotions, like asking questions why. And I have done this before forming the whole technique. Maybe the measurement. But even this, I think, should not be a problem. Like anyone who can analyze their mind can get any response. How or what reasons the subconscious have arguments to cause some anxiety. If they can do that, then they're able to set like that 10%. And then the thing is, the change, can they feel a little more ease with the thought, with the idea of this difficult, anxious topic? If so, then they have won it. Like they can say, okay, it's not 10% anymore, it's 15%. They can make that number up. I'm not like, I don't focus on this number much. Just that I do feel if it's close to 50% mark or if not. Is this a problem? Others wouldn't be able to feel this. Maybe there is something I have able to build to myself, or that's unique to me, around this 50% threshold. I don't think that there's a problem even here, because it's logical. What happens is when you do this enough, which many people do, they will get to this point eventually, that it's even difficult to find. It's difficult to find reasons to feel anxious. But what's unique about my technique, maybe, is to push far enough. And maybe the biggest, or yeah, the biggest help I could give someone is to show an alternative route that they didn't know existed. Maybe they didn't think about this. Probably didn't, because the devils. Especially this last one. Whenever I have said this, this is the worst of it. I think many people hadn't heard this before. That excitement is bad. You shouldn't feel excited at all. That just blinds you. It's like playing a video game where you level up, you get better weapons, and then you move into this difficult territory with high level bosses or monsters. And then someone gives you a rare weapon, but temporarily. That, hey, take this sword and go havoc to this forest. All creatures, monsters that are there. Just have fun. But then when the rare item goes away, have they, okay, a bad example because they would get experience from killing those monsters, but in this case, you wouldn't, well, yeah, actually, yeah, we would get some experience doing it once, some anxious thing, but it will come back. You will lose a lot that you just gained. A lot of that power just for one level up, whereas the monsters were like 5 levels above your level in the game. What is the most what is the most difficult part here? This is the first time I probably go through this on stream. It shows that I haven't thought about this much because I don't need it. So if someone is already doing this, this is just a push to show that you can do more. Like you can actually change your subconsciousness. If the concept of the flag, no, the sign that I have used, there's a sign on the door, and it's either bad or good. And inside the room there is trauma. You don't want to change the trauma, you can't change it, you just change the sign. It says that it's danger. How much do you have to believe that this works? I know I'm gaslighting myself, but it works still. Would others experience the same feeling? If someone can't get past the big wave or the anxiety monster, what would be my advice? Well, my advice would be to do this with someone else, like me. Do it with a therapist. The thing about this technique is you don't need to do it alone. It helps. But like if you can't face this, like you can be with someone else, this as well. And this definitely someone, the other person will give motivation. So facing the mind you can do without actually doing anything yourself, just being someone's company. That someone like me, I could go over the process and set a problem. Someone has a problem with YouTube, that they're used to watching YouTube. They don't want to. This works. First, create an alternative. Get to the bottom of the problem. What is the problem? Is it the YouTube, or you don't know what to do instead? I would like to work out. Okay. Have you thought about it? What does it mean to want? Why do you want? So getting forward and forward and forward, that's very easy to do. Just asking questions. And if they can't answer, why? Okay, yeah. All people, they cannot handle their emotions, and they have created this idea that I need to work on this alone. And I think I have mentioned that it is a social norm people have built to not having to face their problems, their anxiety. So it's a group project that happened on its own. This is just my thoughts about it. It benefits everyone who wants to avoid their emotions. To say as an excuse that I need to work on this alone. And also, yeah, it shows weakness. But it's also a social norm. But I'm against it. Definitely. Finishing this. And only if you feel like it, come back to this technique. Just remember that you can't now there it is. And this is very important as well. Make it clear that you cannot use that same argument again. That no, this is too difficult. Like, did it work? No, it works. So the point of this is just to make sure whenever some devil wins, they get back, because this will happen. It's not about strength or anything. The brain just keeps giving these arguments, and at some point they will win. Like, I feel I have done enough for today. For this time. Okay, now getting the process itself. Processing the problem. What's this name? Facing the mind, the actual process. Actual process. Should I put there an emoji? Difficult one. 3.1, new emotional state. Emotional. Best one. New emotional state. Okay, no, this works. Emotional state, it works for anxiety. Actually, no, it works for any change, yeah. It is correct term. How many times have you tried to remove an anxious feeling just by focusing on it? Has it worked well? Brain is ultimately a collection of simple connections. If you only focus on the problem, you strengthen the problem. And the idea is good here. Because of this, you must create a new emotion or scenario for the problem. What are you trying to change the feeling into? For example, if the word email or the situation giving a speech causes anxiety, the new feeling is thinking about the word email brings a neutral or positive feeling. And I enjoy giving speeches. Thinking about this new emotional state is often the first time you have ever even considered it so directly. It is normal that you might need to get used to this new plan first. I need to rewrite this. It's very good that I used AI to translate this. It had taken me longer. So the point here is that focusing on the new emotion scenario, that's more, I think might be many times the problem that people haven't thought about the goal, you know. It's very common advice. What do you want to do? What do you want to achieve? Don't just expect change. Asking, like, do you know what you want so that you can ask for it? If not, define your goals better. So the idea of this is to same. Too much. Imagine a village and a road that leads there. This is in the brain. The village causes anxiety and the road is a brain connection. You can't just block the road because people will be using the road anyways to go around the blockage to the village. What you can do is to create another village, a good one, and then build a connecting road, the main one, and then direct the people to this new village. So the people need to go somewhere. Yeah, I get a point. Okay. Toward change. 3.2. This I need to break to pieces. No. Okay. Toward change. Now that you are relaxed, able to face the problem and have a better alternative, the process itself can begin. Create a direct message from the new change, such as I like sending emails or I like giving speeches. When you say this message, it should feel wrong and trigger the problem feeling that says, that's not true. That is the subconscious feeling you want to replace. If you don't feel a negative emotion when you say the message, it's because you only said it consciously without giving space for the feelings. Relax again and repeat it, while being as aware as possible of what you said without straining. Sometimes, especially when tired, you may have to repeat the message more than 10 times to recognize the feeling. And here I have the help that might about the excitement. This might seem odd advice, but what you want to replace is your brain when you're not excited and have a lot of energy. You lights to 40%. Good. Otherwise, you'd be continuing the same way than everyone else and require The last devil example also gives another requirement for the technique to work. Don't get excited about the topic. If you do anyways, try to relax and get rid of the excitement. Just cool down. This might seem odd advice, but what you want to replace is your brain when you're not excited and have a lot of energy. Otherwise, you'd be continuing the same way than everyone else and require excitement to manage the topic you want to change. This could be written better. Brain is against change and don't get excited. I think that's pretty good. Summary. In short, create okay. Do I need to save this? Probably yes. Properties. Does it have order? What's the properties? Maybe it is. Anyways. Every 1 minute. Automatically save the document instead. Okay, so it is saving it every minute. Good. I can also make videos giving examples. What is my thought process? Although I'm too advanced in this. Well, I have done some examples during, or some changes during the stream. Maybe I can use those. But to get an idea. Two minutes. I think I will be ending this now and take break. Right. Good. Back to it. Two minutes left. Feel a bit tired. And I sense some feelings or signals wanting to get reward. That, hey, I have done work. Where is my reward? But also because I have started to tackle this issue, rewarding system that I talked about a few days ago. I also feel that there isn't any reward coming. Anyways, another Kipnuni technique. Who would have thought? Another food break. Food and exercises. Need to change topic. All right. Short, create a good. Create the good alternative. A good alternative. Create a direct message from the new change. Didn't I go over this? Maybe not. Such as I like sending emails or I like giving speeches. When you say this message, it should feel wrong and trigger the problem feeling that says that's not true. This is the subconscious feeling you want to replace. If you don't feel a negative emotion when you say the message, it's because you only said it consciously without giving space for the feelings. Relax again and repeat it while being as aware as possible of what you said without straining. Sometimes, especially when tired, you may have to repeat the message more than 10 times to recognize the feeling. What I would like to add here might be no, it's not, that the message should be positive. I have tried, like with my experience, I have tried to create negative message, meaning I don't want to do this, being the message. But at least maybe my brain is just too simplistic. I'm not smart enough to easily understand what I'm trying to say, and because that's a negative, I want to change the answer from yes to no, or that I don't want to do this, it gives a different feeling. So subconscious feeling is like, no, I do want to. So it gives a negative response to the negative message. So double negative, I don't like that. So what I would usually do is, or always do, create a positive message. And if I want to move away from some habit that I don't want to do this, that's what I want, is I will create a message saying I want to avoid this. That's easier. And I can kind of visualize that I want to go there, I want to avoid this. Whereas my subconscious self could want me to, no, come here, don't avoid it, go there, go towards entertainment. So that's one way I have just removed stuff without creating replacement, really. And now when I'm thinking about it, it really realized that those cases I haven't even followed my technique that well, that I didn't create an alternative. There was some sort of alternative already in mind, that instead of entertainment I would focus on work, but I didn't press on that or focus on that during the process. During the process I just moved away from the problem, which is exactly what I'm advising against. No, it was here. How many times have you tried to remove an anxious feeling just by focusing on it? I guess that's advanced level. Should I add it here somewhere? Try to positive. No double negatives. Give that speeches. I don't. No. Bad message. I can work on this later. I think. Wait, but I have explained it here, I think. Somewhere. No? No to yes. You say the message. Maybe no. Okay. So in short. Isn't there already? Create a good alternative to the problem. Wait, but this is about feeling the objection. Processing the emotions. Once you have said the message and it triggers anxiety, the analysis and dialogue with the subconscious begins. Hey subconscious, why don't you like it when I think about this topic? Since none of us are crazy, hopefully, we won't get a clear verbal answer. It is easiest to get a yes, no response from the subconscious. So either it agrees or disagrees. One argument the subconscious always uses is this topic makes me anxious because I'm used to it making me anxious. What is that? You're anxious because you're anxious. Yes. Exactly. The brain is lazy and reinforces everything, be it good or bad, but especially the bad. Not only reinforces, but optimizes everything. Need to rework this. Well, Does it make any sense to be anxious just because you're used to it? No, that is not the reason. This stage, say the message again and try to bring the feeling up. Then pressure the subconscious to answer why you should listen to its argument. You might not notice the change immediately, but the subconscious cannot argue against this logic, and you may start to notice the amount of anxiety is just a tiny bit smaller. This needs to change, all of it. Maybe this, yeah, this needs to be here. Maybe, let's see. And then 3.4. Measuring the change. That should be a good heading. To measure the amount of anxiety, why is it important? I'll read this through. I don't want to recreate something that's already there. The goal is not just to face the situation once, but to fix the problem permanently. When you say the message, listen to the subconscious response. Is it a no or a yes? Does it agree or not? Because the message is towards a new positive situation, you can bet the subconscious will say no. The goal is to change it so the answer becomes yes. Even if you get a no, it isn't 100% no. It might be 90% no and 10% yes. When you argue with the subconscious and corner it, the yes percentage grows and the no decreases. The goal is to get the yes feeling to cross the 50% threshold and, like in an election, win. This small percentage shift can be felt as a physical sensation of insight in the brain. That's my experience. Actually feel it. Whenever your thoughts drift into a tangent, bring them back by saying the message again and analyzing the feeling. Imagine the subconscious as dumb matter. You aren't trying to win perfectly with logic. You are just trying to get it to answer yes. This is your only goal. This yes means the next time you encounter the topic outside of this session, your mind will automatically use the feeling you have built. If you succeed in changing the feeling, you will use the new good feeling without having to exert any effort. The process can take several hours, and some arguments and reasons from the subconscious might lead you to another problem that you must change first before you can change the original one. The error, however, is stopping before you have reached the 50% point. How do you know for sure you have reached it? Because you have never experienced a similar state in your life and you doubt it. When you try to switch back from the new state to the old anxious state, you cannot do it. You have reached the new state. You don't feel a big change, but believe you have already achieved it. Congratulations, you have found a new devil. Can't recreate bad arguments. This I added later. Everything afterwards. This focus later. Okay. Most difficult part. Processing the emotions. So one important thing here is the using the logic. Personal logic, and then gaslighting. Optimization. So it's not that it will reinforce, yes. It was here, you know. Reinforces everything. Processing the emotions. Once you have set the message and it triggers anxiety, the analysis and dialogue with the subconscious begins. Hey subconscious, why don't you like it when I think about this topic? Since none of us are crazy, hopefully, won't get a clear verbal answer. It is easiest to get a yes or no response from the subconscious. Meaning, with that message. Oh yeah. Huh? Test. So being able to analyze the brain, the answer, it doesn't have to be this anxious feeling. It can be I hate ice cream. Can you feel the subconsciousness disagreeing? I love doing nothing. Okay, that's I think that's too easy. Be good. Something positive I don't like. What I don't like. I like everything. I like complaining. Do I feel I like complaining? Maybe I'm too tired to analyze myself. Because it doesn't raise any anxious. I like watching awkward TV series. I like watching awkward videos. Okay, now I got a response. If I think about, do I want to watch? I get no. I don't want. Yeah, it doesn't need to be anxiousness, just no. For some, it might be I want to start working, want to start my thesis. No, I don't. Analyzing your emotions. Maybe this is too. Just think about it for a second. Yes or no? That's why the concrete scenario is important. Actually thinking about doing it. It's easy if it raises anxiousness or anxiety, because I'm not anxious about anything, or that anxious. I can't remember what it felt like. Here I need others who do feel anxious. Maybe they get better response. I want to avoid music videos. No, I don't. I want to avoid music videos. Either gives or agrees or disagrees. Start to ask questions. Why? Then says, I don't know. Trying to think what others say. I don't want to think about it. Why? This is the usual handling your emotions. Yeah, and there's also the negative, like if I say I want to avoid music videos, maybe I don't get any response. If I say, hey, I would like to watch music videos, I can agree that I actually want it. I can use that as well, maybe to calibrate. So if someone doesn't like giving speeches, okay, this would be much easier maybe if I had something to develop. Do you have any anxiety? Even giving speeches is not a problem. The thing I would start to think is, okay, give speeches about what? But the first feeling or feeling of giving a speech, it's no longer a problem, even though I haven't given speeches. I used to have much more anxiety. So I want to watch music videos. I want to watch music videos. I want to avoid watching music videos. Want to avoid watching music videos. But does it go? Maybe that's the answer. Trying both ways. So not just saying that I like giving speeches. You don't feel anything. But I like avoiding speeches. How good does it feel that you know you don't have to give a speech? I like giving speeches. So then you might start somewhere. I think that's a good. And I have used this at least sometimes. This way of thinking about both sides. Don't say that my virtual desktop failed me again. Why do you do this? Processing the emotions. Once you have set the message, it triggers anxiety. And it triggers anxiety. The analysis and dialogue with the subconscious begins. So here, create a positive message, the alternative, and feel the objection. Relaxed, able to face the problem and have a better alternative, the process itself can begin. Create a direct message from the new change, such as I like sending emails, I like giving speeches. When you say this message, it should feel wrong. The trigger, it should feel wrong. Trigger the problem feeling that says that's not true. It's the subconscious feeling you want to replace. Didn't I So this is a duplicate. Try to form a positive message. Okay, this is... When you say this message, it should feel wrong and trigger the problem feeling that says... Okay, this needs to be two different alternative, the message. .2. Yeah, of course, it needs to be. .3. The disagreement. Why are these heading 3s? The actual process. For some reason. The positive message to the alternative. This is kind of the same. Create a direct message, new change, such as I like sending emails or I like giving speeches. Try to form positive message towards the alternative and not negative. It's easier for the subconscious to understand how it should react. So no double negatives. The problem giving speeches, bad message, I don't fear giving speeches. Good message, I like giving speeches. Yes. The subconscious disagreement. When you say this message, it should feel wrong and trigger the problem feeling that says, that is not true. This is the subconscious feeling you want to replace. Oh, here as well. And here. Is this the most difficult part? Is it yes or no? Perish. This needs to be here. Test the response with something else. Did I already have something about this? Little devils. I had the concrete stuff here. Ice. Wait. This is important now. It is separate. Why? I love ice cream. I hate ice cream. I do feel the difference. I hate ice cream. I hate ice cream. Love ice cream. Hate ice cream. eating ice cream. Dismiss. Communication. That is the last one. Application development. There, 50 minutes. Communication plan. Sounds good. Verbal. Think of a word, concept, and start talking about it, and don't stop. Move from thought to thought. The aim is to improvise and not lose flow. Word. Research ways to improve communication. Contact. Quickly going through this. Acting lessons, warm up. Okay. So what I will do is I will try to look at the camera and communicate. I thought about this earlier during the IRAC development, that what do I want to develop? I want to develop thinking ahead before I say anything, and also keep thinking even if I didn't speak aloud. And before I can start to change real world scenarios, I need to be able to do this on my own in a relaxed environment. So right now the aim is to analyze what problems do I face, what feelings. Can I feel the subconscious feelings giving any arguments why I shouldn't think more? Are there any obstacles? My mind shuts down. Why? Can I give it a reason to keep going? Maybe someone else is. What if I think about being a leader and there are 10 people here, everyone waiting for me? I notice that things are not happening if I don't act. Would this motivate me to think ahead? I think yes, I feel something. feel that my brain automatically starts to kind of reserve space for possible future thoughts, meaning it will expect me to be able having to create some decisions. So it basically says, hey, you can't sleep now, you can't just ignore everyone, you have to keep awake. Now when I lose focus, and now my brain doesn't want to work because I'm developing something to be able to develop this. It's a loop. What for this be? If I move to the Philippines and I want to communicate, should be able to keep going. If I want to tell a story without making these pauses that I do, it would be important to be able to think ahead. I'm able to get into the mindset a little bit, and I do feel it's new, that I'm not used to this feeling of having that space reserved. What if someone is pointing a gun towards me and saying, hey, you have to keep talking? Okay, that's not good. Can I come up with some topics? Like to look away. So why? Just by habit. In the future, during these sessions, I should do maybe a few different kind of exercises, or should I do one more intense, get deeper? I'm thinking about looking at the camera. I must say I have pretty much forgotten that these are public, because no one watches this, but just one or two persons maybe. In the future there might be more, but this is my 80th video, so no surprise I have forgotten. It's not a private one. Having a purpose, needing to keep active. And this is not about speech yet. So now I'm talking about just in my mind, trying to keep thinking ahead not just pausing all the time. But it's next step after I would be able to do that. Next step would be to change the way how I speak, because right now I'm just thinking aloud. That's why I do make these pauses, because it shows the progress of my thoughts. I don't have anything specifically, hey, I want to say this, and then use sound to make a message. I'm thinking a few words at a time. Okay, that's enough. Shouldn't focus on that all of this time. Takes energy. So communication. Can I analyze this? Wanting to think ahead, then be able to communicate that clearly. Can I start talking slower to be able to be more fluent? Not having to pause or repeat words. Words, words, words. Good exercises. I do have that app that I haven't used in a month or two. Probably should. Is it this Headway? I should cancel my subscription if it's still on. Speak confidently. Recap ideas. Take a quiz. Build dating confidence. Okay. I don't need to recap. The science of likability. Win every argument. Okay. Argue your place in life. Throughout history, people have engaged in verbal battles, from courtrooms in ancient Greece to comment sections on social networks like Facebook and Instagram. They can stand for their beliefs through words or simply enjoy a verbal massacre. Okay, my camera went away. Odd, but sure. Either way, arguing is a part of communication and understanding. Nonetheless, the ability to keep a dispute polite, controlled, and decent is not universal. Some resort to insults, swearing, or even physical aggression when they can't win the reasoning. Just reading this, I realized I'm not reading this to anyone, just reading this aloud. And even though lately or many months I haven't realized myself anymore acting, that I've probably talked before, that the way I have socialized is I'm just act, and also I have acted thoughts. But instead of actually thinking, I'm just acting. When I'm reading this, I don't have any goal that I would want to pronounce this well. I would like to give this message to someone that, hey, actually read this. I have probably talked in some stream that you should aim ahead, no, aim further than your current level. That's how you develop. In this sense, what is my current level? And have I even thought about reaching forward, aiming something else, somewhere else? In ancient Greece, the art of debate held great importance by fostering mutual understanding and collaboration and often guiding public discourse towards rational and practical solutions. For example, a debate between two influential statesmen in ancient Athens could profoundly impact governmental decisions. Such discussions allowed leaders to grasp the potential alternatives and their consequences influencing the fate of the entire city. So this is just reading aloud, but repeating. 10 seconds left. Repeating some speech, learning it, or, well, that's acting, yes. "15 minutes is quite short time. Yeah, so now it should be the last session. Communication. Am I able to develop this? Your favorite session, Kipnuni Technique. Work. Dun 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 dun. Apparently, why has it changed? I don't like this. So the timer for some reason it's different. Ah. So it's not. What? This needs to be less. It's fine. So I kind of like this. Everyone else is eating ice cream and you are offered one. Do you say to them, "I hate ice cream," not get one? I hate ice cream. Do you actually crave it? Do you like it? That's just one example. Something you like, try to apply the same scenario to that. I hate ice cream. I like ice cream. And also, it's not just about analyzing it. You can gas yourself that's an interesting one as well. There is a lot of gaslighting here. Technique that just by knowing that it's no can be enough. I hate ice cream. No. Oh, ice cream. Ice cream. It's very subtle. So this message should feel wrong, trigger the problem feeling it says. That's not true. It's the subconscious feeling you want to replace. Mm-hmm. But there is also so if I use the village example, there's a village and there's a road there and there is a sign. Like far before the village, there's a sign saying whether it's good or bad. And that determines if people will even want to drive there. It doesn't matter what's in the village. Maybe someone put the sign 10 years ago, but it's still active, like people use it. They see the sign, hey. So you are not trying to change the village, but you are focusing, or this technique focuses on the sign, change the sign. It should help. I think sign and not the actual fact. Or long before. So instead of doing research, people just hope or believe that, hey, this article seems okay. Maybe it's not. The brain is an optimization machine. It would take forever to always open all the tasks. Like, what would be an like computer files? There are folders, and let's say there are images. If there is a folder and I want to know if some images have been changed, there is information about that. When was that folder modified? That actually doesn't, yeah, at least on Windows, doesn't say whether inside the folder there has been changes, rather than when was that folder's name or location changed, maybe. But if I just look at the folder, hey, has this been changed? Okay, no, then I trust it. But I don't go inside the folder and go over all the files and see whether they have been changed. And well, example, this is a very bad one. Here, date modified. This also, before I go here, I don't have to open all the files to go and see whether they have been changed. I can see it here. Okay, this was modified, what, 3 hours ago? I trust this. But the problem is that the brain gives all of this like information, date modified, but it's not true. If you went and opened the file, you would say, hey, this has been modified like 3 minutes ago. Of course, this case it's not, but this is the level of optimization happening, or type of optimization. I want to change this, that I know that the file says otherwise, and this I can't trust anymore. This sign, it's wrong. But it doesn't automatically change. The message, the actual process, very good alternative to the problem. I want to create another node. Tension. This. Another node that says you should read the process through. Okay, maybe not here. That it's not a follow-up. Can't just read one thing and then move on to the next one, or stop here. You should maybe read it through. Especially here. But wait, little devils. This is background. Exciting monsters, big wave. I guess this, yeah, you can start doing this as well. Okay, I will put it here. Raycom. Might not work. Perfectly. Method. No, it was correct. What was it? What? New emotional state. Good alternative to the problem. Yes. Create a message. Good. Yes. Then start saying that message. Get a response. If you don't get response, just assume or you know what is the response. Then you can try to test out if you're able to feel the difference when your subconsciousness agrees or disagrees. This is kind of could be crucial, but maybe not even necessary. But then get to the next stage, starting to process the emotions. That just say the thing enough times that, or if it doesn't work, that just move on. And then start to use logic, actually before logic, set it as 10%. So before logic, I switch this around. Battery, what do you mean? 15%. Get a feeling, then set that 10%, then start processing the emotions and change that percent. And I could take some of this text to this section, processing the emotions, actually changing the, yeah. That can work. Problem feeling. I don't like that. Did I write it here? Well, yes. Feeling. Say that. I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. It's not productive anymore. Quite a long time I spent on this. 3 hours. 4 hours. Well, considering the possibilities of that, it's not too bad. Do you have any thoughts? I think I have said enough. I will process some thoughts on my own while watching music videos. Interesting day. Dun, 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 dun.